Welcome to this fourth edition of Data4SmartHealth. And welcome to the people who are here, and welcome to those who are attending. Can I have the slides, please? And this is, as I said, this is the fourth edition of an event started 4 years ago. And the goal of this event is to promote the use of artificial intelligence and data analysis techniques for building health informatics applications. This is an event for industry, public administration, and third sector actors. And also, another goal of this event is to try to establish a community based at the Neutech Park that is devoted to the dissemination of digital technologies for healthcare and for the implementation of research and development projects. As I said, this is the fourth edition. This event is organized by Smart Data Factory. Smart Data Factory is a lab for technology transfer of the Faculty of Engineering and for technology transfers of competencies of the faculty in computer science. Since 2 years, we have the cooperation with the Italian Association of Artificial Intelligence, and this year also by CINI, Digital Health National Hub, and the Laboratory for Artificial Intelligence and Intelligent Systems. This is just an overview of the past of this event. You can see the attendance in person and online in the 4 years, and the number of presentations. In the end, we have more than 150 people who had attended this event, and 30 presentations. This year, we have one invited talk by Professor Gianluigi Greco, President of the Artificial Intelligence Association of Italy. And then we have 6 talks grouped into blocks. At the end of each block, there will be a discussion slot on the talks just presented. This is the overview of the program. And then I will invite Chiara Ghedini, the co-organizer with me of these events, to talk a bit more on the event and the program.
Thank you. So welcome also from my side. As you see, we have a rich program divided in 3 slots. You can read all the details on the program, but I try to give you, let's say, a pictorial overview. So we have the invited talk that I will present later on by Gianluigi Greco, which fits in a way also with the first block of presentations that are more, if you want, on the information technology and also AI in part, that has to be in a way also, that has to interact also with the patient. Because, for instance, of digital therapies that are a new concept of healthcare of which we will learn everything about in the invited talk, and also IoT, so sensors and devices that, sure, they help the doctor, but are carried by the patients often and can also help the patient via auto monitoring or monitoring with the help of technologies and intelligent technologies. The second part, the second 3 talks, if you want, are a bit more focused on clinical research, one way or the other. Even the third, if we want, that has to do with data, but these are data that concern more the clinical part, and even here technologies, and intelligent technologies in particular, are showing a great impact in the way, let's say, they help discovering new things that go from, I don't know, protein unfolding, image recognition for diagnosing, predictions of prognosis, or the way of recovering of the patient. So something that is really more of support, well, indirectly to the patient, obviously, but is more of support to the, let's say, expert actors of the medical sector, so doctors, researchers, pharmaceutical companies, so who provides healthcare rather than who needs the services that are, that support the healthcare. And that's a bit, let's say, the overview of what you will see. This is, let's say, a summary also of what I said. There is a strict timing, so please, I mean, I know you received tons of messages about the strict timing, but try to be precise, even because, I mean, this won't happen in your invited talk, Gianluigi, but later on there will be a gong that stops you if you don't comply, so be aware of that. And a few words on the associations that help us in organizing this event. As Floriano mentioned, it's the Italian Association for AI. We are actually lucky today to have here Gianluigi, who is the current president of the association. But apart from the association, there is a strict interaction with one of the working groups. The association, besides it's the, let's say, oldest and largest association of AI in Italy, and has working groups that also, let's say, focus on thematic sectors of AI, because AI is a big thing. And one of these working groups, a recent work group that was established a couple of years ago, is really devoted to AI and healthcare. And I can say, I mean, we are just back from the Italian Conference of AI. That big news and big thing will be in Bolzano next year, by the way. And the workshop of this working group on AI and healthcare was by far, I think, the biggest one. So there is really a growing interest. And I mean, if you want more information, there is a website and you can find all the things, but we are very active in supporting the interplay between these two worlds. And also, as you can see, this is also of interest to two labs of the Consorzio Interuniversitario Nazionale per l'Informatica, and you can see it's the two sides to how to look at this interplay. I mean, one is from the health side part, so we have the CINI National Digital Health National Lab, so it's mainly the health sector looking towards technology, and also the other one that is the Lab on AI, which also has an interest group, if you want, or people who coordinate activities that apply AI to healthcare. So that's basically my introduction, and I would like to go back to Floriano, and you can introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Chiara. And now we have the Dean of our faculty, Professor Andrea Gasparella, that will give some greetings to the audience. Please, Andrea.
Thank you, Floriano. Yeah, a warm welcome from my side on behalf of the faculty of engineering. It's a brand new faculty that we have started here at the University of Bolzano just some months ago. We started in March this year. Behind that window, there is a new building that is under construction, and it can give the idea for those who are here of what the commitment, not only of the university, but also the local government, the province, is towards these kind of topics. dealing with engineering, dealing with, today we are going to discuss about artificial intelligence, data science, human-machine, human-computer interaction, and more. So I'm really happy to be here today to start the works. From our side, it's really a great opportunity to have very good colleagues organizing these events. So I'm really grateful to my colleagues who organized this event. But we also, we would like to offer the hospitality and facilities that we are going to build here in this area. We are in the site of the new or quite recent technology park. To open these facilities and these infrastructures to the community, to the scientific community. So hope you can feel at home. Hope those who are connected remotely can take the opportunity to visit us sooner or later. Yeah, I would stop with the words and leave space to the activities. Wish you a fruitful conference and meetings, and I'm really sure this is a central topic in our strategy. It gives several connections, opportunities, not only related to computer science, but with all the areas of engineering. Engineering is something that is dealing with solution of problems and service to the community. So that is our commitment. And with that, I would thank you again for this opportunity and wish you all the best for the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. And well, we are perfectly on time, also a bit ahead. So we can have a first short break, and afterwards there will be the invited talk by Gianluigi Greco, president of the Italian Association for Artificial Intelligence. And don't run away. The day is going to be quite interesting for those who are here, but also for those who are online. Thank you for now.
Ma quindi 21 adesso manca? Ah, no, quindi allo zero devo iniziare? No, adesso ci sono 5. Ok. Forse lo dico perché non lo sanno tutti.
Ho provato a dirlo, ma ridillo, sì, sì.
So just if you don't know, basically all the talks will be followed by or interleaved by a 5 minutes break, because the idea is that people can go and move from sessions to sessions. So that will be, I mean, also our time to have a chat or to interact, a further time to interact with people and things like that. So we are going to restart in 4 minutes and 39 seconds. Right, so it's time to start again, and I'm really, really happy to introduce Professor Gianluigi Greco here today. So I have to read a bit because Gianluigi has a really impressive CV. He's full professor in computer science at the University of Calabria, and from 2018 he is also the director of the department. Since 2 years is the president of the Italian AI Association, and he is also a board member of CIPEIA, who is the association for, let's say, who works on the ethical aspects of AI. He has an incredible curriculum in terms of publication. He won a great number of awards. For instance, one given also by the Association of AI, which is Prize Sommalvico, devoted to the best scholar under 37 in Italy. So he started with the right foot already when he was very young. And in the board of Hyperia of the association, we always say that we are actually looking at one of the clones of Gianluigi because he does so many things that he probably discovered the secret of really having 3 copies of himself doing things around. I mean, we were in Rome the whole week for the Italian AI conference. We had big numbers, more than 400 people attending, 19 workshops in parallel, and after this, I mean, obviously organizing these events is really time-consuming and tiring, but I mean, he came back with us on the train yesterday to be here today, and so we are really grateful for that. I was telling about the clone because he also has a third side, which is the one of entrepreneur. So he founded also startups, and he's really into, let's say, connecting AI and technologies. I mean, he's really a theoretician in research in the sense that he proves theorems, he does things that are very abstract and mathematical, but he also likes doing things that work and have an impact in society. And I think that this mixture of things is what makes him a great person to talk about AI for digital therapeutics, because this topic has sides that go very deep into research, let's say, but also apply these things to produce devices, software and hardware that really goes with people. I mean, it's really something that, as we will discover, is helpful to the common patient. It's not even about rare diseases, but with diseases that are very common. So being able to join these things is a nice recipe, let's say. It's all the ingredients for producing a good result. So welcome on stage, Gianluigi.
Thank you very much, Cara. Thank you to the organizers. That's really a pleasure to be here. I'm talking about AI algorithms in general in health, but I want also to focus in particular on digital therapeutics. Well, just to be clear, what's the role of AI in digital medicine? So this is an important point to me, so let's spend a few words on that. Well, if you look at the traditional ontology of what is digital health, you see at the beginning digital health. Let's see the definition. The digital health talks about technology, platform, and systems. So notice that, technology, platform, and systems. And then notice here that do not require clinical trials. This is important. So you can produce whatever you want, and it is not needed that you do some clinical trial. But then, if you look on top of that, you look at digital medicine. And this is the point I'm really interested in. So in digital medicine, again, this is the definition of software and then I want to stress hardware because when you really deploy an application that works, you typically do not have the software available there. So it's not kind of a USB pen that you put on a PC in a lab. It's a kind of software that is integrated within some hardware. And this is the point. And so they require clinical trials of efficacy. So, in this definition, you can never see the word artificial intelligence. So this is an important point. We are talking a lot about AI, but this definition do not affect the fact that we need to have AI there. This is the theory. But what is in practice? If you look at the Food and Drug Administration website, by looking at the deeper, because it's not easy to find, there is a database in which you can have access to the devices which have been certified to use artificial intelligence. And this is nice because you can have a flavor of how much AI is now used worldwide. And there are, in 2022, so last year, we will have in a few months also the record for this year, about 512 devices. And also you can do some stats on that and notice that the most refer to radiology. And there is clearly a point. So in radiology, we have some maturity, also in cardiovascular there is some point. So why all this stuff? Well, I point out to your attention the AI index by Stanford, and there is at the beginning of this report 2 years ago, a very nice picture that clearly shows you why radiology and cardiology are the most suited for the moment field for AI. And the reason is the following. It is related to the fact that starting from 2012, when we had some very great and huge success in recognition images, around 2016, we have surpassed the human baseline capabilities. So it means that today, our typical system that recognizes something from images are smarter, are more efficient than what a human can do in general. So in vision, this is a very critical and very important area in which I think that most of the traditional deep learning and recent deep learning advancement apply most. So that's the reason. We have more mature technologies than in other fields. Well, you know a lot about the AI management, so it's a pity that Italy and Europe are not so present in this worldwide picture. So most of the market is typically North America. Okay, and this is what Europe say about this field. So it says, okay, in principle, you can use AI for different things. And these different things are clinical practice, biomedical research, public health, and health administration. And I would like to point to your attention now some research and some practical findings that we did in these areas, and then coming to how this can be moved and translated in terms of digital therapeutics. Well, in public health, what we refer by public health? Well, currently we know a lot public health, especially for drug discovery. So why? Because we know that during the COVID pandemic, a lot of system has been used by means of AI techniques in order to find a vaccine, and we are typically using in general for drug discovery nowadays. So this is a really important point to me, and we work on that issue. Well, biomedical research is maybe the most typical approach, the most typical field when you start combining AI with something. So maybe you have some collaboration in an hospital and you want to do some advances into biomedical research. And health administration is very important because the healthcare system is very complex. We have a number of processes, and so optimize this process makes sense, and there are a lot of people studying this issue. And finally, clinical practice, where by clinical practice, I'm really impressed by the kind of application we can do. We can do surgery, home care, which is very related to digital therapeutics, and we can do a lot of things really for the clinical practice. So in this area fits the medical devices we were talking before. Well, this is a group, it's actually a subgroup of the group in UNICAL, University of Calabria, that work in AI and health, and this is the subgroup related to the topics I will explore now. So, what about public health? I wanted to share this with you because I think that this kind of research is very interesting. All of you know about automatic drug discovery, but how does it work? So I want to provide you some intuition on how it works and our contribution to this field. Well, there are many fields. Engineering, especially it's an important field, chemistry, physics, in which you have a typical process to build something. So typically you have some idea, then you build a prototype, then you test this prototype and you get the properties. So it does not work that starting from the beginning you can be sure what is the output. Yeah, you have some marketing idea, but then you have to go to the lab and make some assessment, and then you get the properties. Well, in engineering, a new field is emerging, which is called the inverse design. What we mean by inverse design? It means that I would like to use AI in order to provide the properties to the AI system and then get back a precise definition of what I want, a material, some devices, or molecules. So how this can work? Well, what are the properties of interest in general? They can be functional properties. For instance, bring to a specific target receptor or enzyme. They can be properties of whatever kind, even toxicity and safety properties. It depends on your application. You have just to model the properties. They should be measurable in some sense. Typically, they are spectra or whatever. You can have these properties at hand. And then what to do with these properties? Well, I show you a very broad idea of the picture. Well, the broad idea is the following. Maybe here you have some structure, and typically you have this simulator that can be either some software or it's typically the lab. Well, in my experience, it's the lab. They do some experiment and they get some properties. And these labs, even in my university, have a lot of tests. They really have a lot of tests. They've done a lot of experiments, especially when they are working precisely on some specific target, on some specific idea. And so the general idea of inverse design is essentially the following. Well, in principle, inverse design means that if these are the properties, then you have some, you can abstract the properties, and you want to find this point. But I want to mention an issue. If I come from the properties there is an important point. The problem is not unique. So this is the real point to be understood. This is why this is difficult. So when I define the properties and I get to do the inverse problem, then think of this curve here, then you see that there is a non-uniqueness problem. And this is the life. Because you can have different things that behave very similar then. And while this is natural for us, when you try to invert mathematically something, you have serious problem in getting some meaningful thing. And in particular, deep learning does not work. Why it does not work? It's very simple to be understood. If you are going to train something, a function, and this function has two outcomes, eventually the learning weights will remain untrained. They'll be not properly trained because we have some inputs that say, okay, go to this direction. And with other inputs, you say, okay, go to this other direction. And so at the end, the deep learning algorithm does not really know where to go. So the typical flow in which you give the properties and you end up with the structure does not work. And this has been observed in chemistry, has been observed in physics, has been observed in a lot of stuff. And so this is a very challenging problem. So the deep learning does not work in the basic way. So I have the test, but I cannot just use them. So you have, let's sum up. We have problem related to the non-uniqueness of the solution. So same point can give up to different design space. So it is badly defined. The design space is very adimensional. So it is really a problem to explore it. And this is another point. We have feasibility constraint. So we have to build real things. So it's not something that whatever is provided as output by a deep learning algorithm works. So typically it does not work, it's not feasible, you cannot build. Because there are a lot of constraints, and just I put there a few constraints. You have chemical feasibility, synthetic accessibility, you have cost, which is another important constraint, you have regulatory and compliance constraints, so a lot of things. So this is a real life problem. It's very interesting. You have constraint, you have the fact that a straightforward approach does not work, and you have to figure out how it works. And so these are just a few state-of-the-art approaches. All these state-of-the-art approaches do some complicated stuff. And in particular, this approach is the basic one, and we already say that it does not properly work. Then notice that in many approaches, for instance here, I do not want to go to the details, but notice that one trick is that I try to invert the things. So I try to say, okay, what if I take X and I produce X? So we try to do some strange architecture, And a lot of stuff has been done around here. So what we did? Well, we provided a significant advancement on the state of the art last year, and I show you the idea that we implemented. The idea is the following. This is the design space, okay? First of all, we do not work on the design space, we work in the latent space. So we work in the embedding of these deep learning methods, and this is where we go. But then, our idea is that we need to explore this space. So if you really want to end up with a point, then you are, then there is no way. So just to be clear, drug design knows this point, and the typical approach is brute force. So they just try all the configuration, that's it. That's when you talk about AI-assisted drug design, they try all the configuration, basically. So what we try instead is an exploration in this latent space, and we use, just to provide an idea, we use an approach in which the learning is affected, is related, in put internally the constraint, the feasibility constraints. Well, we embed the design space rather than using a blind generation. Moreover, we try to explore from some seeds. This is a very easy observation, but no one did before. So if you have properties and materials that you already explored before, just start from them, starting from the most similar one. And then you can end up with an architecture in which the idea is basically that I provide this as input, and the architecture is able to use this mechanism which are called attention. So I provide 10 starting points, and they select automatically the starting point which is most suited, and eventually produce a result in an iterative way. So where are the applications? There are a lot of applications. We use in chemical design, we use in photonic application. And currently, I'm very happy that this is somehow organized with an engineer department, because current engineering are really eager of this kind of solution. And because they have to put their knowledge inside them, and we have an environment which allows them to implement their constraint and allow them to produce results. So these are applications, ballistic, robotic arms, a number of things. And we have used it a lot in photonic application for biomedicine. In particular, these are lenses to be used in the labs to analyze cells, and we use it to chemical design. Okay, to design drugs. This is currently in use in our university. Well, just about biomedical research, I will move to another topic in which we were exploring, and this is, I really like this setting. This was for me a kind of surprise, and so you know that, there is, now we have a huge capability of analyzing genome, so everything can be sequenced, and we can do a lot of things. But when I go to practice, this is something that really puzzled to me. Everyone talk about big data, but actually the data is very few. So what happens in this scenario? It happens that you have a lot of genes, a lot of genes, but typically you have very few patients. So the matrix is the other way around. You would like to have few features and a lot of patients. But this is not the case, especially when you work in genetic settings for rare disease, or even for cancer application and so on. So at the beginning, this is a collaboration that we've done for 2 years. I immediately realized that the problem is how to get the good genes from this big picture. So that's the point. It's a very standard feature selection problem. But notice that deep learning does not do feature selection. You know that. And so we miss an important information. So for a medical application, in some cases, we need to know the gene which has some positive or negative impact on the expression of something. But we would like to use deep learning on the other end. So how to circumvent this issue? We use this in a very specific setting, which is the chronic lymphocytic leukemia. This is a very, it's an hematological neoplasm. We are working a lot with our university, with our hospital in Cosenza. And they have, it works as follows. So at some point, it is typically diagnosed, and typically it is diagnosed incidentally. So this is what they typically report to me. But then the patient can be stable for a lot of time, just because it is a very kind of subtle kind of leukemia. At a certain point, some event occurs, and what can be the event? Even the worsening of the disease, or even, so you need some treatment, or you can even have some, or even the death of the patient. And so there was an interest in this period of time, so the time to first treatment. So from the period in which something has been diagnosed, how long the patient takes before some treatment. And the very nice thing is that no one knows which genes are responsible from this specific leukemia. So I've been struggled by my colleagues and say, so are you able to identify the genes? So I think, okay, this is a real thing, I want to do that. And we made this approach. So the idea was to use deep learning, in a sense without using deep learning, because we want to use deep learning, but not to put everything together. I want to identify the genes. And so we defined this algorithm. I just provide to you the very basic intuition. First of all, correlation clustering on the genes. So it means that we try to identify the genes which are most similar to the others. And that's very easy. You can do whatever kind of approach. You can do singular value decomposition, whatever, right? Just to identify the blocks which are most similar to the others. Well, then we use this trick. We use an idea of, given each cluster, I want to identify the most representative genes within each cluster. And there is a very nice trick here, and deep learning can do a lot. So the trick is you build what is called an autoencoder. So the goal of an autoencoder is just to reconstruct itself. You train the autoencoder, and those which are reconstructed worse are very far from the typical gene in that data set. So those which are reconstructed best are the most representative one. So we took those that are best reconstructed via the autoencoder, and these are the most representative. Then we use training, and notice that in this training we use the patients, of course, so these networks are very small. This is the typical problem, but notice that we have these patients, and these are given, and then we use this as a prediction. But another point important is that we use an explanation-based method. So we use the idea of asking a neural network why you did that solution. That's the real trick to get feature extraction out of the whole process. And so at the end of this story, we identified something. So of course, as in this kind of, now I'm used since a lot of time to have a very huge number of collaboration, because this is the medical domain. And what ended up is that we end up with 10 genes after this process of selection, and 8 of these 10 genes have been observed to have something that is maybe biological connected. So we started from a lot of genes at the beginning. Let me say if I have the number. So okay, there were thousands, okay? And 1,000 of genes, okay, that's the number. So about 20,000. At the end, we get 8 genes, and now the biologists are studying because they are very happy, and they say, okay, maybe these genes are really related. So now they are doing experiment on the lab, try to really understand whether, so this gene has some relationship, and now they're trying to understand what happens. So with deep learning, we can really do a lot in these cases. Well, just I want to go quickly on this other point. Well, there is two of my collaborators are really involved in ophthalmoplastic surgery. Well, I know this is strange because one of these, it's a very narrow domain, but one of my collaborators really comes from, as a PhD in ophthalmoplastic, in ophthalmology actually, and he would like to understand with me what can be done. And we realized that basically nothing has been done in this issue. So all the things that are there are basically toy example in which you just, for instance, can predict the apparent age of using, the apparent age before and after some surgery, or you can do, this is an incredible thing, so you have to, sometimes you have to evaluate and manage ptosis, so before an intervention of blepharoplasty, and these are done manually. So this is really incredible to me. So this is a field in which you know that the patients typically would like to have the best possible application, and these are done manually. And so there are systems now that have been built in which you can do this measurement by means of a computer-assisted machine. This is very important, actually. You can quantify some properties using semantic segmentation, some in particular that was called the abscess, orbital abscess. So to quantify this, the size, the width of this abscess is very important because it's an indication of the treatment. And this is a classical semantic segmentation. And basically that's it. Someone started using generative AI to predict the aesthetic outcome. So I thought, and this is something of a few months ago, I thought that they were full of products using generative AI, right? But incredibly, there is just one product. And so this is really my students have built in 2 months a startup. And they have now a product in which they're given a preoperatory photo, and given the kind of photo and the kind of treatment, they are able to predict which outcome you should have. And this is something which is going in the direction of the digital therapeutics. Why? Because they deliver it on a smartphone. Okay? But notice that for the moment this has no conformity requirement, so it feels in the terms of digital health. It is something that you are advised that it is not medicine at all. But this opens the way, if you think, to the fact that with your smartphone you can do a lot of things. Currently, the patient can do a lot of things. And so this comes to me to the idea, actually a few times ago, what can we do essentially by cell phones, by sensors that can be used by everyone? And this word is the word of digital therapeutics. So what's a digital therapeutics is? This was the picture up to digital medicine, but there is something on the top of that. And these are the digital therapeutics. What is digital therapeutics? Well, again, my perspective as a computer scientist, notice that this is a software at this point. They typically call about software. It's no longer hardware because a telephone is not your phone is not an hardware in a sense. It's a software that delivers therapeutic intervention. And you need clinical evidence and real-world evidence even. So they mention real-world evidence because these products are typically used. And so you can collect feedback on the fly and add it to your clinical trials. Okay, what I did for you is a review of some of the most interesting digital therapeutics that are registered in the FDA. Okay, I think this is a nice review. All the kinds of system I will show you have. First of all, the kind of disease, in a sense, they want to treat. Then this is the idea they use, and then this is the information about the clinical trials. All these systems have been filtered because somehow they use artificial intelligence. Okay, this is a system that treats tinnitus symptoms. Notice that this is not a way to avoid or to remove the problem. This is just a way that use bimodal neuromodulation in a sense that they try to convince your brain to not have a focus on that tinnitus. Okay, so this is the point. And notice that this system, it's really interesting because it uses a number of devices. It has a kind of, it has some headphone, and this is okay, but then it's also some electrical impulses to the tongue. So this is the tool that is used. And so these two kind of things can be synchronized, and the AI is used to synchronize this to your tinnitus. So to the frequency of your tinnitus. And this is very interesting. So it has a self-configuration procedure. And interesting, has been tried on 120 patients, and then there is a real-world experience, and this is the improvement on the perception of living together with the tinnitus symptoms. Well, another approach is this, and they put this approach because it's very related to tinnitus, but is non-FDA approved. So what does it mean? It means that when you go to Google, you can find a lot of tools. And some of them are approved and some of them are not. And this is an issue that I want to point here because it's something that we should discuss about. Well, this is not approved but they have still some clinical trial. So maybe they are in the process of improvement, and in this case, they just use basically the standard, so they do not have the bimodal neurostimulation, just your headphone, and you just listen at standard music, which is filtered on the fly based on your tinnitus. And it has been observed that if you are used to have this kind of periodic listening, then your symptoms will be alleviated in a long term. This, I think, is the most famous one, and also one of the most intriguing, and also say there is a lot of debate about that. This is Cognica, and this is a tool used for assessing the cognitive function of people, in particular elderly people, typically. How it works and where is AI there? So it is a very, very simple system. So they just implemented a rapid test based on displaying images. So you see a lot of images, and you're asked to classify these images. So precisely the thing in which machines are very fast, right? But what they do, they've trained these systems on standard people, right? On an average of people, on people which do not have disease, and to people which have some kind of cognitive disease. And so they built a simple regression. So there is machine learning, a very standard machine learning, but it's AI. And they are able to use this as a test for maybe an early assessment of problems in cognitive function, in particular here to multiple sclerosis. Well, this was very, I must say, there was a lot of discussion worldwide about this kind of application, because notice that this has a strong impact. We are giving something to some people that can be misused by people. And this is an automatic diagnosis stuff, and that's been approved in 2021. 91 patients, it's very accurate. But, of course, it's a diagnosis tool there. Well, other stuff. Canvas DX, this is very related, as a lot of, again, has been approved, and this has been used to classify early diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder. In this case, they use the same principle, so they have a questionnaire, but they also have video. And so there is a system which collects video, so it collects the behavior, it collects photos, it collects information about questionnaires, and it does some automatic diagnosis. And again, this is very controversial, I can say, but has been approved by FDA. Well, this study, I think it's very, very interesting. It's incredibly interesting to me. And in fact, notice that it is not approved in a standard way. It has been approved by FDA by a path which is called breakthrough device design. So breakthrough device designation. So what does it mean? If FDA recognizes that some device has some really extremely important capabilities without seeing a risk for application, they can just shortcut everything, the standard process, and they give you the possibility of being approved in a very short time. And this is what has been done there. So the idea is very simple. In stroke patients, you have, of course, some walking problems, and you can use a very interesting trick that you can immediately imagine. You have sensor on the shoes, and these sensors are, of course, goes there on a phone, and you have some music delivery, which basically provides you some music that is that defines the cadence of your walks. So if you do running, you know that by using some property frequency of music, you're typically trained better. And so you can do it really professionally to help people. And so it has been very, very effective. And this is a kind of system that it's really what should be intended as a digital therapeutics. So in something that really helps people, that really improves, that really do exercise, and that can be delivered to them. This was one of the first. At the beginning of the story of digital therapeutics, there was the idea that digital therapeutics should be some kind of virtual coach. That was the idea. So they just helps you, for instance, in the problems related to tobacco addiction, And for instance, this is a system, and this is just a sensor to get the carbon monoxide in your, that you put there in your breath. And of course, there the AI is that it just tries to adapt the messages, it tries to encourage you. So maybe this is very similar to what you see now in all the systems that try to convince you to move and kind of all this fitness application. And this is, so, on the other hand, another old approach, but I think this is very effective. It helps you, especially for patients that are chronic, in identifying problems of cardiac arrhythmia. That's very simple. You just put some device. Notice that a smartwatch is not enough, because in arrhythmias you need to have sensors of many kinds, because you have to really provide an ECG, so it should be something more involved. But this is a very simple device, and it has been tested on 120,000 episodes. And this can be used to alert you when you have cases. So it's a very smart, in a sense, kind of. So maybe you know that these devices are very huge currently, right? So you have to put by yourself, and it's not nice that you put it in the whole day for many days. And this is a very nice story. Of course, with Insulia, this is one of the first, but again, now there are much more efficient systems. And I conclude with two that are very interesting because they use images. So Relieve VRX is used for treating chronic pain reduction, and you use virtual environment, immersive environment, just to relax. And there's been proven that this system helps a lot on 188 patients. And finally, this was on every media. I remember this on every media. This was the first video game approved as a digital therapeutic. So this is a video game that is used for improving the attention in children 8 to 12 years. It's been tested a lot, and in particular for addressing questions related to deficit hyperactivity disorder. So these are video games specifically decided to get some specific intervention. Well, further opportunities. Well, this, I think, it's a really complete overview. Basically, I took one example for category, but if you look at it, well, the structure of these digital therapeutics is very simple. After all, you have a database, you have a backend. Notice that in principle, you can have an app connected to some doctor, to some specialist, but none of them has. So this is important. None of them is connected to a specialist. And this, of course, is an important point to be understood. But then there is an app that is used by the patient, and finally the patient is connected with some sensors. And the typical trend is to minimize the external sensors, try to do everything from your smartphone. Well, notice that in none of these approaches, there are smart interaction ways. All of them are very old-fashioned, right? And now I believe that in the next few years there will be the trend of adding ChatGPT and vocal commands to all this stuff. Well, notice this is another important point. For privacy and security reasons, none of them use the photo camera to yourself. Notice this point, except the one for the autistic disorder. This is very interesting. But typically, this is something that you miss, where when you go to a specialist, the first thing you look in your face. So I'm really curious why that they think that this feedback is not important. Well, a lot can be unexplainable AI. This is a point I stress. So you have no information about what is going on in these algorithms. And this completes the technical details, but I want to consider something related in regulation, because as we want to deliver something real, at a certain point we struggled a lot with regulation. So I want to show you the picture in Europe about regulation. So the picture is this following. We have two blocks of regulation. One block comes from the AI Act, right? Because if you are saying that you want to deploy an artificial intelligence application, then there is the AI Act. Not today, but after the end of December, there is the AI Act. And in 2 years, you know that this will be really enforced to everyone. But on the other hand, there is a specific regulation related to the device. And the very bad thing, I must say, is that these regulations are even not independent in the sense that you need to enforce the constraints from this, plus the fact that in the AI Act, it has been said that whatever is covered in the Union by some harmonization legislation is considered a kind of, is a safety component, is considered high risk. So it means that since a medical device is covered by an harmonization legislation, it is considered in any case high risk. So it means that you need to comply to the most demanding requirement by EU. For whatever you are doing, even for a very simple application. I know that's we want a world that is safe, and we need to apply to this limitation. And this limitation comes into flavors. We have the medical device regulation and the in vitro diagnostic device regulation. In our case, we apply this. And the bad thing, of course, at the end, we would like this CE conform, this stamp that says, okay, that's fine, we can use in Europe. The process is very intricate, but the point is that in this MDR, at a certain point, you find this stuff. Classification Rule 11, software, that's not AI, software in general, intended to provide information which is used to take decision with diagnosis or therapeutic purposes, is classified in this class, unless it has some input and it is classified in these other classes. So it means that it does not go very, with a finer grained approach. It just say, okay, everything is in this class, and you can expect that this class is very demanding in terms of what you have to do. And so there are even guidelines, maybe you know these international medical device regulation forums, which are, which relates this to risk categories. Well, but with DTX, there is an even a further issue. And this is an incredible point. So if you want to do a further DTX, then I'm telling you, be patient, right? Okay, further issue. And the European regulatory system is not mature. Why? Because in the FDA, we have this system to approve DTX, but not in Europe. And we are currently waiting specific indication for DTX approved. And in fact, in Italy, there is no DTX approved in Italy. And so what happens? It happens that we are looking at Germany and UK, where they have established an authority. In particular, in Germany, we have DIGA and NICE in UK, which do what FDA is doing in America, essentially. So they have some paths, they have some, you provide the system and the application, the case study, and then they decide. What's the point about having a formal system for DTX? There is a very practical point. As DTX are digital therapeutics, as this is our drug, it's a pharma, is it free for the patients that cannot provide them for themselves? So there is a very important point. Because if this is authorized, then you can ask to have the app provided by the public system. And this makes the difference. In Italy, these are, you have to pay for use them. So this is an important point, and the Parliament is currently thinking about that, while in the rest of the world we have provided a regulation. Well, I want to conclude basically on time with some challenges. Well, first of all, this is the challenge in my view, in my experience with this field. First of all, there are a lot of privacy and security issues. But I think that most of you know general idea about privacy and security issues, but there is a very important point. All this system will be updated on the fly, right? Because you know model deteriorate, because you need some updates. And if you are sure that at the beginning the product has been defined compliant according to some basic software that has been provided to a user, what about the updates? So this is a very challenging point. I'm always asking to myself what appears with the updates. Then this is another very tricky question. Well, unless you work with your hospital and you do your paper, but if you want to do some large-scale project and you want to have something that is approved, you need to have very large data sets. And these very large data sets are typically made in the US. And are typically made on a very specific kind of population in the US. And so these typically do not represent all the world. You know that there are even differences between male and female. So can you think about differences in different places of the world? So there is an important point there. So the thing that we typically call bias in the data sets are very impactful in the case of medicine, are really crucial. Because things that works really very well in America for some specific kind of people do not work at all for others. People are different, there are different kind of behavior and different even characteristics, genetic characteristics. And there is another point, which is to me the most crucial, I think. With the current apps, anyone can devise a digital therapeutics. That's very simple, that's very simple. So I mentioned the application to ophthalmoplastic. I want to mention another application that we really did with a big pharma. So we have some Garmin, and we try to monitor people affected by Parkinson's disease. So we have a system in which we basically monitor the acceleration in over the dimension, and then we have a method to identify the periods which are called off periods. So the periods in which there is some movement which is not natural and is related to the Parkinson's disease. And this is especially important in the beginning of this disease because you can decide the specific dose of your therapy, right? Because there is no general, this is a kind of disease which you can just have alleviation of your symptoms. And so it is important that you try to treat it not very massively. And so you can monitor it and provide feedback to a system, and then you can define the kind of more appropriate treatment. So what's the problem with that? That I made it with some students. Then maybe we have a connection with a big pharma, but no one approved it. But at a certain point, a student might say, but what if I put it on Google? No one will care about that. And so there is a real problem on that. So, and even though we are thinking in Italy that we will have a certificate repository by Agenas, right, in which all these kind of devices, medical devices should be put, who prevents you from getting something from Google, from the Google store? So do you think that we can block all the world? So this is a real problem. So I think that this kind of, if digital therapeutics will improve, we will see a lot of stuff that have been not marketed and that really are not, can be even, you can even have some harm by using them. And so the point is that together with this system, I think that we must also be able to provide and to communicate with people. Try to understand that these are also pharma. So if they are saying, if we want that we call them pharma, right, therapeutics, then they must be aware that these are pharma, that can be dangerous for themselves. And this is a very cultural problem because it's so easy to download something, and it's not that easy to go on a place and buy a physical pharma, that we must be very, very careful in the future with this technology. Well, just to think, attention that in my experience, every time we should keep human in the loop, especially the specialists. So all my projects are with specialists of the sectors, and I never try to do something which is outside my competencies. And even specialists need to be able to use the AI tools. This is another point. There is a huge gap also in medicine between we that would like to use a lot of systems and typically hospitals where maybe there is no culture for try to adopt novel systems that we are developing. Thank you. I am in time, basically. 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes for questions. So are there questions from the audience? Otherwise, to break the ice, I can start if you want. I mean, this field of digital therapeutics is, I won't ask you a question on the technical part, but more on the application. So do you really think that there is room? I mean, these applications are really driven also by the commercial side, both from the, let's say, the vendors, but sometimes also from the healthcare system, because if an app is monitoring and following a patient and curing, let's say, a patient, then I don't need to use the time of a doctor for curing the patient. So do you really think that there will be digital therapeutics with a real medical back end, or at the end we will see only the digital therapeutics that are reasonably safe to use for, let's say, diseases or treatments that do not need a doctor, or that we go to a two-tier system in which the lucky ones, I mean, the people with money will use also digital therapeutics that interact with doctors, and the not so lucky guys will, I mean, in particular, I've seen something that you have not mentioned, but digital therapeutics that deliver psychological therapies, for instance, for depression and things like that. And if you think of these kind of diseases, I mean, losing the human connection is a bit dangerous. So, I mean, what do you see for the future?
Well, I think that I really think that digital therapeutics related to chronic diseases, in particular heart, in particular elderly people, in particular Parkinson, I think, and other kinds of very chronic disease should use this kind of approaches, because it's a kind of monitoring approaches. It can be used to prevent bigger problems. And the fact that I mentioned that there should be the app with the expert is something that I think there should be. So this has to be part of a more comprehensive view of the patient, on how you treat the patient. And then the question related to the access or not to the access, I think that is important if we are going to deliver this kind of system that at the end can help people that have to live with this kind of disease a lot. They should be free really for all. So that's why I believe that we are missing something currently in Italy, because having some kind of monitoring, having some kind, it's a further opportunity to everyone. And so I think that this should be really public. On the other hand, I think that the greatest obstacle, and the fact that makes this maybe a kind of controversial point, is that the process, as you have understood, is so complex that at a certain point, if you have a very good idea, if you have very good clinical trials, you have to call to a big pharma and say, okay, this is the product, and go for it for a commercialization. So it really means that then some logics may happen into this system. But at the beginning, if you are able to make it simpler, more effective, and even cheaper, I must say, all the process, I think that there can be many of them and accessible to all of them. Overall, I think that for chronic points, this is an important opportunity. I'm very skeptical about automatic diagnosis. I put 2 examples there, and I'm really very, very skeptical about that usage.
Thank you. Other questions? Rosella? Just a second, because there is a mic there.
Thank you. It was an inspiring talk and coming from human-computer interaction. So we hear also a lot about humans in the loop. And besides being intrigued by humans in the loop, I'm also curious and a bit skeptical about humans in the loop, because it takes time. It has a cost to have humans in the loops, and depends on the humans. I'm thinking about doctors besides those that you involve in the studies. So are they willing to be involved in the loop, because they have to change the way they work, they have to understand what you do, and so on and so forth. So I think there will be a debate on that too.
Okay, well, I can tell you my experience in the collaboration with doctors. If you are able to build a really interdisciplinary group, then it's fine, and it's up to both parts. So in a clinical application, right, it works. So in clinical application, you typically have computer scientists that are used to talk with specialists of whatever kind of domain, and the specialists typically have to interact. So in general, there is this kind of connection, and this is important. If you make it in a large scale, the problem of how they are used to do this kind of approaches is very important. That's why I put education, training, and reskilling in somehow as one of the crucial points. Because if there is no consciousness on how this has been used, no really understanding on what is going on, these systems really cannot work. That's my sharp view on that.
And as you heard, you were perfectly on time, because our gong kind of wrong. So I think we can thank Gianluigi again. And obviously Gianluigi is here with us also for the rest of the afternoon. So if you have further questions, you can ask him directly.
Yeah, just a few minutes break, and then we will start with the first block of talks. Okay, see you soon. Welcome back to Data4SmartHealth. We have now the first talk of the block, of the three-talk block. And we will have with us Chiara Masci and Davide Montesin for a presentation on software testing for remote proof of concept studies of digital therapies. Please.
Thank you, everyone. And also thank you for the previous talk. I am Chiara Masci. I'm CEO of Nearing, a startup that is developing a digital therapy. And together with me, there is Davide Montesin, CEO of CatSolve, a startup that actively works in the field of software testing and data quality testing. So today's presentation will be an intersection between the worlds of digital therapies and software testing. But without additional spoilers, let's jump to the topic. So what if we could use apps as medical treatments? As it was already anticipated earlier, yes, this is actually possible. In fact, we are talking about digital therapies that, as it was described earlier, those are software programs that are certified as medical devices, but that have also to prove clinical outcomes in order to be prescribed and used as treatments for given conditions. And this implies that pilot studies are highly suggested, but also clinical trials are strictly required in order to develop such type of therapy. As you might imagine, this type of studies are quite expensive and also highly prone to errors. And the errors might be related to bureaucratic procedures, erroneous studies design, but also failures of the digital infrastructure that is focused on the collection and analysis of the collected data. And today we will focus on this last type of errors. In fact, we will talk about how to use software testing in order to reduce the risk of failure of pilot and clinical trial studies of digital therapies. We will do it by giving a brief introduction about what is Nearing's digital therapy, then afterwards about how the study protocol impacts the design of the digital infrastructure, and after that, how we can use automated software tests. So, as you might know, according to the World Health Organization, 280 million people worldwide suffer from depression. And that is the reason why we are currently developing a digital therapy for the management of mild and moderate depression that is estimated to decrease up to 50% of the symptoms in 4 weeks. And the basic mechanism of action of Nearing is based on the research that has shown that affective touch, such as caresses and hugs, act as an antidepressant because this type of touch stimulates the insular cortex. That is an area of our brain that, together with other things, is also responsible for our awareness of our physical and emotional state. Basically, Nearing exploits the hardware of the Apple Watch to release patterns of vibrations that have been neuroscientifically studied to elicit this type of antidepressant effect. Currently, we have a working prototype of the Apple Watch app and the Apple iOS app, and we are looking forward to develop the beta and do the pilot studies. And that is the reason why we are here. So as regards the study protocol that we have to plan, we have to identify what are the goals and the metrics, how the study will be conducted, and the assessment methodology that we will use in order to assess whether we have reached the goals or less. And these aspects impact the design of the digital infrastructure. For instance, as regards the goals and metrics, those are based on the gaps in literature and what you want to prove. So this does impact less than expected. However, when we are talking about how the study will be conducted, here you see that the matter difference, because you have to, based on the number of participants, the number of groups, and also how the study will be conducted, if it will be remotely and with what devices, this implies that you will have to decide what type of hardware and also the connectivity that you will use. And as regards the assessment, it impacts the features that you will have to have in your digital infrastructure in order to analyze, do the statistical analysis and the data recording. So as you can imagine, the study protocol is not detached from the digital infrastructure and hardware infrastructure that you will need to do this. And that is the reason why appropriate software testing helps you a lot in managing everything. So I leave the word to Davide to explain more in this regard.
Okay. Thank you, Chiara, and welcome from my side to this talk and conference. Yes, I am from Catch and Solve, a startup in Neutech Park, and we do automated testing. Speaking with Chiara and working with Chiara, we have think that would be great to combine the two competence and so add even testing to the software part, even because so in health sector is really important, even the quality of the software and the absence of bug. And so the activity that we have do on this project are two. The first one is assessing technical risk. So the first part is to understand which are the higher risk to manage, and the second one decide which kind of test in this phase of the project will be the best one. Okay, so a little recap. Software bugs are errors in the software. It happens because programmers are human, and human can make mistake, and so this is, let's say, normal. Another way that can give bug is maybe that the software is used with data that the programmer has not think at the moment. Let's say the number is negative or something that he has not think. So this can be the reasons, and the only way to do this is to check the software many and many times. So if you, as much as you test the software, the quality will increase. But the problem is even that this is time-consuming activity, testing, and maybe not so nice for a human, because theoretically each change in the software means you should test all the software again, and this is not really so easy. We have even thinking what we have already a service and what's best fit with the need for nearing. We have mainly two main service product. The first one is application testing. That is automated. I will point this difference. So we can create machine, computer, that can check each hours, each day, how much you like the software, simulating user, like real user, but a machine that do this activity. This means that for a machine is not boring and can be very, very high productive in this direction. And yeah, for example, we can navigate in the application, simulate some activity on the user, and what is our unique selling proposition is that we will record all the activity in a central database. The second one, new, is about data quality. This project is started from Open Data Hub. That is a hub here in South Tirol that was described in the morning. And even data can have problems, missing data, data for range, and so on. And in scientific field, this is more and more important, because if you use this data, you must trust that data has the right quality, otherwise will bring you the wrong results or conclusion. And even for this, we have created some service that has a dashboard in which you can check the results. So for a digital therapy, what should be in an early stage tested? The best way to decide this is to create a matrix, and in which you define the severity of the problem. So when there is a bug in this functionality, how severity is this? Also, is critical, the application can still be used, and so on. And even how the probability of a problem in this function. And so given these two metrics to consider, you can create a map, and the map we use color to define the different area, and you should find where you want to put your attention or your test. And what we have thinked, or the analysis as a result, has that the two important things at the moment are losing data, because we are now making testing and collecting testing data about this, and having wrong data. So these are the two most important issues. So the first one is checking that the communication with the device or the smartwatch is always working, so we can continue still collect data without interruption, and that the data always come to the platforms. The second one is even that data has ranges that are valid. So it would be nice to detect if data is outside some ranges or sensors are not working fine, because this means collecting data that then make no sense for further elaboration, because it's not clean, simply. And what we can do in this case is to check that data that we are collecting has some quality range that are met. And so, about quality data, we have, and this was even for Open Data Hub, defined 6 categories of checking that I have reported in this slide, and that can be used when one categorize this type of data. Okay, let's back to the Chiara.
So in conclusion, yeah, thank you for your contributions. The world of developing digital therapeutics is extremely complicated. As it was mentioned earlier, also in the previous talk, there are a lot of the complications related to the scientific aspect, to the regulatory aspect. Everything is also still unclear, in particular here in Europe, as it was mentioned earlier. So having a way of at least bringing some type of safety and some type of certainty for sure helps in these early stages of developing a digital therapeutics. So this was our contribution. I thank you for your attention, and we will be later available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiara and Davide. As they say, after the first 3 talks, there will be a discussion session that will be 15 minutes long. So you can, in that slot, make your question to the speakers. And now we stop for the short break, and we wait for the next talk. Thank you for now. Floriano, ciao. Sì. Welcome back. This is the wrong talk, actually. The right one is the one by Daniele Gobbetti. So please go back to the right one. And Daniele is here to look for some good idea for some good algorithms to be applied to the data that their platform is collecting from wearables devices. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Floriano. It's great to be here. And I want to warn you, I'm not apologizing for it, but I want to warn you that I wear lots of hats. And today I'm wearing the hat of the privacy and free software maximalist. So bear with me for this. I'm here in the name of the Gadget Bridge community. Gadget Bridge is a project which is described with this word by GPT 3.5. So it's a project that is old enough to be known by large language models. And please, can you raise your hand if you are wearing a smartwatch or some other wearable device? Just to be aware. Okay, there are some people in the room wearing wearables, and so you probably are used to the fact that after you bought your device and you paid a price for the device with your money, and you get it back home and you unpacked it and you wanted to set it up, probably the first thing that you were asked to do was to connect it with an app on your smartphone. And that app quite probably, I would say almost certainly, asked you to create an account on a vendor platform, on a vendor cloud service. So there is an additional price, actually, that we pay without ever realizing it for using devices that collect our own body's generated measurements, and in order to collect them and to consume them, we are paying an additional price beside the price of the device, which is a privacy gateway, a privacy tool that has to open for us to reach the destination of being quantified ourselves. So to get insights and metrics on our own body, basically. And as I said before, I'm here today wearing my privacy and my free software maximalist hats. So I don't like it. I want to be able and to be free to use a device that I bought in the way that I want to use it. And like me, there are quite some other people that came together and worked together on a free software project, which is called Gadget Bridge. And this project supports more than 120 devices today. But why do I think this is relevant for this audience, and why did I propose a talk? Because actually, beside wearables, there are also what I learned today, perhaps is also the correct wording, are also devices that goes in the direction of being medical devices that are, for instance, blood pressure monitors that are Bluetooth connected that you can buy in the pharmacy, and they also come with their own platform and vendor and account requirements, etc. And so we are moving towards a world where also devices that are not connected only to the wellness or the well-being, but also with the medical treatments and diagnosis are connected to software vendors. The application is a free software application, is AGPL3 licensed, it's only available for Android. And we are a small community of core developers, but we have, as you see, quite a lot of contributors and quite a lot of interest among the whole world, I would say. There are things we know. There are things we learned in these 8 years plus of experience in the project. We learned how to interact with the devices. We learned how to get data from them. We learned how to deal with increasingly complex level of encryption on the link layer between the device and the smartphone. We learned to do quite a lot of reverse engineering. Of course, today I am focusing on the characteristics that are related to the wellness and the health part, but the integration with the smartphones means that we also know how to generate the usual stuff like call notifications or getting text notification and being able to reply to this kind of stuff. This is all kind of a given, and it's not interesting for you today, probably. We also know how to do some kind of data visualization. As I said, we get data from the device locally, and this kind of data, we know how to plot them. But to some extent, this is a first level analysis of what is coming in. So the data that comes from the device, we show it to the user. And as you can see, we can also get the GPS if the device supports GPS recording. So really, we are able to get lots of information. The thing is that there is more to it, and the first talk was really inspiring to this, and oh, something went wrong with some emojis, but it's not that bad. Some vendors have additional features on the device or on their application. I've seen some devices, I think I can name names, some Garmin devices. They have a functionality where they say how much energy you are kind of able to provide today. They call it body battery. That's why there's the two emojis. Then there are analyses about the variation of the heart rate, the variation of the heart rate during rest. Other algorithms, I think there are research papers about the personal activity intelligence. So we know that there is a lot of stuff happening about getting additional insights from the raw data. But actually, we are no domain expert. And so it's also hard for us to distinguish between buzzwords and actual papers that make sense to look into and implement algorithms of. That's why I thought this tract is called Data4SmartHealth. Actually, we are collecting a lot of data and kind of make a naive use of it. So perhaps by letting you know that such a project exists, we can go together and build something that creates additional value for our users. But going back to what's available, of course, the sleep analysis, it's also something that is personally affecting me, for instance. I would like to get better insights about my sleep and how it can get better. So the roadmap that we have is that really we like gadgets, we are engineers, and so we kind of are looking forward to getting new devices and additional devices, and to gather as much raw data as possible. And I think we, as the Gadget Beach existing community, are able to do it. What we are less able to do is generate, as I said, insights from this data and find meaningful and open algorithms that can work on this. But there is actually one small caveat that I have to tell to you before you get too much interested into this, perhaps, is that, as I said, I also wear the hat of the privacy maximalist, and our application is a free software application. So we think anyone can look in the code and see that we are not doing bad stuff. But we actually don't want people to rely on the fact that we are the good guys and we are not treating their data in a way that is not fair and is not respecting of the user's privacy. That's why our application does not even request the permission to use the internet to the Android operating system, which means that from the application, there is no way that we can exfiltrate data even by accident or by chance, because actually, if you don't trust us, you can trust the operating system that runs on your device, or you can trust either of one. But if your aim is to automatically collect data or frictionless background synchronization, etc., this is not something that is actually possible with Gadget Bridge, but it's something that we consider a feature and not a bug. Whereas it's possible for the user to say, I want to export my data and share it using the primitives that the operating system allows for. So it means that you get a file that contains the data of the user that can be shared via email or Dropbox or whatever you want. I mean, it's a file that is going to be shared. So if you are getting excited about collecting real-time data, this is not actually possible through Gadget Bridge. But you can fork the project and open it up for the internet and see if people will use it, of course. This is something that the license allows you to do. Nevertheless, we are not expert in the field, so we are not the most suited person to generate insights for the data we collect and to select the sources and the platforms that provides actually good ideas for implementing a working solution. So I'm kind of wondering whether you are the one. This is pointing towards me. It's supposed to point towards you, actually. You that are the domain expert, I must say I've got really some very interesting insights from the first talk, because as I said, even just getting a selection of what's out there and a selection that is made by an expert person that you can rely upon, it's already something that is really, really important and helpful for us. But I'm wondering whether really we can go together and work in something that can help people that are perhaps more privacy conscious than the normal users to get some added value from the devices that they own. Here you have some pointers. The website is the starting point where you can find actually all the other stuff. We are not on the Play Store. We are on F-Droid, which is an app store, but for free software applications. Actually, what is going to happen probably with the new EU initiatives is that the Android ecosystem should open to additional app stores. So I'm kind of hoping that F-Droid will become one of the possible choices there. So it will allow free software projects to reach a much larger audience. Our source code is on Codeberg. Codeberg.org is hosting application for free software that is in Europe, and it's only open to free software projects, and is run by Eingetragene Verein, so a non-profit entity in Germany, which means it's not subject to the US law when it comes to the MCA or something like that. Don't ask me why I know, but you can look back in the SFS Cone archives and you will find out why. The translations are managed with Weblate, and we have a community chat on matrix.org, which is kind of a system, a free software system for having chat and video chat and whatever. So if you are interested about me, the most important thing is the first one. As I said, I also wear other hats, so I'm a computer science engineer, I'm PMP certified, I do other stuff, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Daniele. The next short break before the next talk. Thank you. Okay, the next talk is by Luca Nardelli, and he will explain something about IoT, artificial intelligence, and disability. So, please.
So, hello to all. First of all, I'm very sorry for my English, which is terrible, so I hope you can understand. This will be not really a technical talk, but more or less a mix of technical and a story, okay? This is a story of the path that these two persons, one is me, we followed in the last year and a half. Federico is a disabled people and Paralympic athlete. And he's really active. He's also, we can say, founder of this competition. I'm a software architect with 22 years of experience, more or less, in .NET, Node.js, and I play with a lot of technologies. So from STEM project to IoT, Tizen, and so on. I just to tell you something that, I mean, more or less my path. I started in Trento at the FBK Institute. Now is the, in the past was the IRST Institute, now is the FBK. And I developed a multimodal system, which was a system that allowed you to use a website using also the voice. And this was interesting for the Santa Chiara Hospital, where the, how do you say, infermiere? Nurses used a microphone to tell all data about the blood and so on. Yeah, as you can see, I play with a lot of technologies. This is a dangle for machine learning, a STEM project, Eppur si muove, and finally I was able to move this dog, and my cats were not so happy, but anyway. I understood I am not able to solder circuit. This is because I started to buy already prepared IoT devices. This is an example of a hackathon here in Hanoi 2 years ago of a small system with this device and air quality sensor that sent data to the open data that visualized data on the map, and this sensor, I proposed to use this sensor to the guys that take the food and bring the food in the houses. So we could map all the city with quality airs, but and it was just for the hackathon. So me and Federico, we are founder of a brandly new startup, Home for Me AI. Why Home for Me AI? Because we try to use IoT and artificial intelligence for disabled people and also seniors in the future at home. I mean, to help people to live better at home. The path, our path was, we participated to this conference. We met each other. We started with a project Here for Me, which was dedicated for the disability, for the deaf people. I started to develop some devices. You see here, thanks to Bluetooth connection, it's possible to see the Wi-Fi intercepted by the IoT, which is really standard today, but play with Bluetooth is a nightmare. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Play with the Bluetooth is really a nightmare, so it was not so easy. Just a couple of words of the system we are developing. The system is, we can say, a microservice API, where every service is a domain service and sensorial domain service. So touch, see, hear, speak. We are working for now on hear and speak partially, but on hear. You can see here a couple of IoT devices that we are using. collected data and business logic are mixed, we can say business logic are using IoT technologies. We are not, I know this is an open source conference, but I believe that sometimes, especially in the disability, what is really important is to help people. So I'm using the system that better helps the people. So most of the system is the open source. I mean, some services are paid services, but for now are the best one on the market. The data are shown on devices, so we are developing on wearable. This is a rugged wearable with Android 9, Flutter application, as well as display that the disabled people can install at home. Okay. Example of devices, just to give you an idea, there are a lot of devices on the market with amazing capabilities. Just to tell you, this is the microphone, one of the microphones we are using, and this small device, which is really small, contains Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, gyroscope, memory, a battery, a microphone, a small speaker, and as well as a display. So, and RGB LED. So, and the cost is 15 euros in China. You have to pay then the shipping and also the fee, but anyway, it's cheap. Other devices we are using, finally I found a Raspberry 02 with soldered pins because I'm not able to solder. So on the market it's really hard to find now this device. This is a hat for the Raspberry with two digital microphones, display, and we will use this as microphone also, which is a bit more easier to develop as an IoT device with an ESP 32 chip where you have to develop with Arduino. This is also a kind of, we can say, ecosystem that we are using. I developed also on Tizen 5.5, and it's nice that on the ESP 32, in general on Arduino, there are tools like Squareline where you can develop an...
we had some problems with the audio.
Okay, where you can develop industrial UI. So it's really nice. It's compiled in C, C++, and you can run this on IoT devices with an LCD display. This slide, I think this is the most important because it's an example of what we are doing. The people ask me, but guys, we have already smartphone and they are able to translate the audio. Why you are doing all this? Yeah, suppose you have a conference like this, you have 3 or 4 speakers, okay? And disabled people is in the middle. Maybe the audio is not good, maybe someone is moving, maybe, so the translation on the smartphone is not, for sure, not optimal. And you have 4 or 3 speakers. The translation is hard to cut, to understand who is speaking. So, for example, I developed this, we can say, intelligent microphone. You place the microphone on the table where the speakers are. The microphone sent the audio to our backend, and on the smartphone, on the wearable device and so on, you can see the translation splitted by speaker, with different colors, with a box where you can see the video of the sign language. You have to remember that the user is disabled people. at the moment a diff people. And you can easily, in our ecosystem, add, for example, another IoT with their webcam to intercept also movement. We are developing solutions, so at the moment we don't know exactly how we will use this, okay? But with AI, with the possibility of today, there are a lot of things. Just the last two slides, how I develop Visual Studio Code is the king of the environment today. Okay, there will be also Project IDX from Google. We will see, but at the moment, Visual Studio Code. Add-ons, Platform IO, which is the platform for developing IoT. Arduino is fantastic, but this is amazing. Flutter, developing on Flutter. I know half of you hate Windows, but on Windows you have the VueSL 2, which is the Windows Subsystem Linux 2, which have the same, believe me, same performance of Ubuntu, Mint, and so on, installed natively on the same hardware. So Microsoft did a beautiful job, and you can start also graphical application, because now you can have an, I say X Windows, but I know I don't know if X Windows is still you, I don't know, but maybe, you can start a graphical application. And tools that I use, JetLens, AWS, Azure, yeah, Copilot Chat. Copilot Chat is beautiful to help you with boring tasks. I will not suggest Copilot Chat for young people, or in general, not just Copilot Chat. But if you have a senior, if you are mid-senior and so on, this is a huge help. Okay, and yeah, just to say that if you want to start a project or a startup, there are a lot of resources for free. So all three, the major players, AWS, Microsoft, and Google, will provide you money in services. The first level is $1,000, all of these in services. When you subscribe to one of these programs, you have benefits. For example, is a bit crazy, but if you subscribe to AWS Activation Program, you have $1,000, and you have benefits, for example, for MongoDB Atlas. So you have 500 MongoDB. Sometimes MongoDB gives you other benefits for others, so it is a chain. We got as startup level 2, just to give you an idea, from AWS 5,000, Azure 5,000, MongoDB 5,000, subscription for a year for Miro, for Office 365, and so on. So there are, you need time, because you must be a bit, how do you say testone in English? Testone, yeah, okay. But you can have a lot of resources for free. So this is all, okay? I'm in, oh, I have a little bit time, okay.
So
yeah. Just,
you can tell something more.
Just another example on how we will use this system, okay? Seems to be a dummy example for a people that has not problem, but for a disabled people is a big problem. Federico is deaf, and also he cannot move, but okay, this is another story. Federico is at home, sit down on the sofa, and his wife is in the kitchen and want to say something to Federico. And until now, she has to go in front of Federico, let Federico to read the lips, okay? Now Federico has buttons in the whole house. The wife presses the button and says in the kitchen, "Hey Federico, come." The system recognizes the voice of the wife, send a message to in the resting room, and Federico knows that from the kitchen the wife says, "Come, please."
Okay. Thank you. Maybe we can go a bit deeper into this example during the discussion because it was interesting. Then we have the break, and afterwards there will be a discussion slot with the presenter of the first 3 talks of today. So think about some provocative questions for them so that the situation is a bit, interesting. Thank you. Okay, this is the discussion on the first 3 talks. We have the speakers here, and we have 15 minutes. And I will start by asking if there are some questions from the audience for some of them or for many of them. Chiara? Yeah, we need the microphone for you.
There were 2 microphones here, but
You have the...
Smart.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh. No, my question is for Daniele, if I'm not wrong. So I partly understand what you are doing and why you are doing it. But the assumption that, I mean, I'm not that unhappy to give my data to the, let's say, manufacturer of this smartwatch. The problem is what they do with my data. Because at the end of the day, if they do the same things that an open algorithm or another algorithm does, well, that's more or less the same. So provided that, let's say, I avoid, I don't know, some brands that are, for instance, connected with certain players, I might opt for others that, I don't know, give me this kind of option. So, I mean, my question for you was more, but yes, it's not that we should push more on the fact that the vendors, the actual vendors, use our data safely rather than saying that the solution is going open?
Well, you certainly have a point here. I will not argue on that. I also want to highlight at the same time that the landscape evolved a lot over the years. And actually, the landscape is very varied from vendor to vendor, and especially, I will say, from price tier to price tier. So usually, for instance, devices that cost a bit more, I think you're wearing a Garmin, am I right?
No, it's a Sunto.
Sunto, okay, well. Anyway, devices that cost a bit more, like we recently started working on Garmin. That's why I'm using this as an example. We don't support Sunto.
No, but this is, a Garmin is what I would buy if I had to buy it something now, so.
But anyways, what I want to say is that, for instance, there are cheaper devices for motor brands that are bad, and I will not nominate, that doesn't even allow you to set the time on your watch if you don't do the association with your user account first. And I think that is an anti-pattern that we have to fight against furiously, if you ask me. On the other hand, I recently bought a Garmin, and you are able to set the time. You are able also to enter the data like I am a male or a female, how old I am, etc. And I get some kind of metrics on the device itself without ever activating the official app. So there are certainly better guys and worse guys in the room, and I absolutely respect someone who says, I trust the vendor, I want to use the device to its full potential, because of course what we do is a reverse engineering effort, and we cannot be sure that what we do is the correct way of doing what we do, for sure. Only the vendor knows that. So there are drawbacks, but I think, to reply to your question in 3 words, I think I'm doing it because I can.
Sure.
I enjoy it. The device is in my hand, and I want to be able to understand how it works because it's mine.
Yeah, there is a question, another question here, please.
I have quite the opposite position with respect to the lady here. I always, if they ask me to connect to an account, I assume that they are data broker, or they will be in the future, and they will sell whatever they collect to someone for business reason. So my question is, since these devices like Garmin's, like I told you before, are bought by EU-funded project to collect data from sick people, to do studies with AI to build predictive devices and things like that, with not much concern, in my opinion, with respect to the privacy of that data. And aren't there on the market, let's say, white label device that collects some kind of signals and can be interfaced with some collected system without going through vendor or commercial things?
I think this is more a question for you, because you've shown a lot of such devices to some extent, but the answer from my point of view is yes. No. Okay.
I think it was directed for you.
Okay. Well, there is actually a smartwatch built on the Espruino platform, actually from the Espruino company, that approached the project and said, we need a companion application for our smartwatch, but we would end up forking GadgetBridge because we like what you do. And so we eventually reached a kind of an agreement that where there is a build flavor of GadgetBridge with the Espruino name that is on the Play Store, that has access to the internet because they want to download firmware updates for their device, for instance. But actually, if you install it, you get basically GadgetBridge, which also supports better the Espruino watch. So there is, anyways, the Espruino that you can use with GadgetBridge as it comes from F-Roid with all the added privacy measures. So yes, there are devices that are wearable, and I think that for devices that are not wearable, that are more in the IoT realm, what we saw in the last talk, it's also part of the equation of what you said, I would say.
Rosella, please.
Thanks. It's for Luca, actually. I worked for some years, actually, with deaf people. And I was wondering a bit more exactly what you mean by translation in American Sign Language. That's what you had. Mi chiedevo un po' di più che cosa stessi facendo a livello di traduzione nel linguaggio dei segni, perché tradurre nel linguaggio dei segni innanzitutto devi capire quale linguaggio dei segni. Già in Italia non c'è un linguaggio dei segni. And then another thing is about whether you know about Informatici Senza Frontiere, because that would be a good starting point also for collaborating. Informatici Senza Frontiere ha già dei lavori per le persone sorde e ne stanno avviando altri. So it was just a feedback on that.
Okay. So, first of all, I'm not an expert of these technologies. I mean, I'm really new and I'm discovering the problems of the disabled people and the technologies. So,
sorry, because from home they doesn't understand.
Okay, I mean, in general, for now, I'm doing an scouting of devices, technologies, and with Federico, which have particular problems, but for now, with Federico, we are finding a solution for a specific problem that he's living. And then we will try to propose the solution to other people, maybe by adapting the system and so on. So I just know that there is ASL, American Sign Language, which is a specification for the sign language. But this is just the only thing that I know. I searched the companies that has SDK or systems to manage this kind of language. We found something in Google. There was a beautiful project, but now it's closed after just 2 years. I suppose now is a commercial product, but really is is disappeared on the web, so it's hard to understand what is happening. And so for now, we are in the scouting phase. We have part of the system that is ready. I mean, the microphone that sends the voice and the translation and the colorization of the speaker and so on. This is ready, okay? But this is just the beginning. So I don't know if the answer is okay for you. But
okay.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And there is some other question, maybe for Chiara and Davide. Otherwise, I will. Chiara, you have. No, please.
I don't, if you can, okay, enable mine. So I had a question for you more on the, well, not really on the software testing part, but more on the project overall. So, I mean, knowing how difficult it is to conduct trials on these digital therapies, are you really going to do that? I mean, are you aiming for that? And are you aiming for that alone? Because that's really challenging.
Well, for sure, alone not, because the first thing, we will work together with a CRO. So we will not be in charge with the planning and etc. because it's too complicated and we don't have the background for it. As far as regards the roadmap, it will work as follows. So next year we will hopefully develop the beta version. After that, we will in 2025 we will do some initial pilot studies. And based on the results of that, together with other business activities like business model validation, etc., we will then do another investment round to cover all the costs related to clinical trials and regulatory pathway. So yeah, as a startup, you have to work on different aspects and you cannot be also in charge completely, totally on your own about the clinical trials because you need the experience and expertise. So yeah.
Thank you. Maybe there is time for another question. We have still 2 minutes. Okay, maybe Davide, it's your turn. And no, I'm just wondering, you say that the testing part of this, what are the specific characteristics of the domain that you think are more challenging for testing? Because you mentioned something during your talk, but maybe you can explain a bit more on that.
Okay. Yes, what I say, we as startup do testing in different domains, and but what I see, each domain has more or less critical about data quality. So it's a domain that an error has not so big impact. So and what I think in the medical domain. The challenge is to obtain a high quality of the data and of the software. This is required by, let's say, by domain.
Yeah, and maybe the data quality is something important. And for example, data coming from IoT or from smart watches, also all the devices have to be, cleaned very properly before feeding the therapeutic system. So I think that this is one of the most important points.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yes, for what we see when we analyze scientific data, is the quality of the data before making the elaborations, and the result of the elaboration is the most important part.
Okay, 8 seconds. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you very much, and also for the discussion. And we will continue after the 5-minute breaks.
Right. So already the first round of talks originated some nice discussion. So it's ready. It's time for the second slot of presentations, and we start with a presentation on machine learning-driven simulation of protein folding. atomistic trajectories, and the speaker is Alex, right? Alan, sorry, Alan.
Okay, thank you very much. So today I will give you a lecture about my research project, in particular what AI and machine learning can deliver in the field of protein folding, with consequences for what concerns drug discovery and biomedicine. So a brief introduction of what a protein is for those who are not familiar with the field. A protein is a chain of amino acids. 20 amino acids exist in the cell. They are linked by peptide bonds to form a polymer. A protein is a polymer of tens, hundreds, or thousands of amino acids. The protein structure is classified in 4 structures, let's say. The primary structure, which is the amino acidic sequence. The secondary structure, when the backbone folds itself to start forming local structures, in particular, for example, beta sheets and alpha helices. Then the whole structure arranges in a specific 3D-dimensional conformation, and this is called the tertiary structure. And when more than one protein interact together to form complexes, this is called quaternary structure. This is just to give you a brief syntax about protein folding. Every unique sequence gives rise to a specific 3D conformation of the protein, and this is called the protein folding problem. Is widely studied. This is how you normally see proteins represented. This is the allatomistic representation, a bit messy, so it's more probably you have seen it in this form, in the so-called ribbon representation, when, for example, here you see the backbone which forms 3 alpha helices. The protein is synthesized in a disordered manner because when the ribosome, which is this purple blob here, reads the information which is stored into the messenger RNA, then it catalyzes the addition of one amino acid at a time. And when it exits the ribosome, it's an ascent peptide, and it doesn't have the final 3D conformation as it is required for its biological function. So how does it achieve the final conformation? This is often studied by the so-called molecular dynamics simulations, in which the computer used to numerically solve the Newton's equations of motion over time for every atom of the system. And you see a protein might have a lot of atoms, thousands of atoms. The forces on the atoms are computed from the so-called force fields. There are 2 types of force fields: the non-bounded interactions, for example, the van der Waals attractive and repulsive terms, and the same for Coulomb for what concerns charged atoms, and the bonded interaction, where the forces are between atoms which are covalently attached. For example, the stretching of the bonds, the bending of the angles, and the torsions of the dihedrals. After a very long molecular dynamics run, what you can achieve is the trajectory which connects, for example, 2 states. Starting from an unfolded state, you go through intermediate conformations until you reach the final folded state. Biologically, for a small protein like what I'm showing you right now, you need microseconds to achieve this whole process. But this translates into weeks of simulations of this calculus on supercomputer, which is a very, very long time. The best computer for this type of simulations is called Anton from David Shaw Research in New York. Was able to perform 50 microseconds per day of a system of 100,000 atoms. Now it's actually a lot faster because they changed a bit the system. But anyway, even with the newest one, a medium-sized protein like lysozyme, which is an antimicrobial protein found in humans, which needs biologically seconds to fold. This translates easily in hundreds of years of simulation. So it's simply impossible to simulate a de novo folding event by computer, even with this one. So the conventional molecular dynamic approaches are unfeasible, no matter how powerful they are. What they're used for, the classical MD simulations can cover picoseconds to microseconds. If you go to the relevant biology which takes place in milliseconds, seconds, or even more, this is simply just too far away. People have developed coarse-grained and approximated models, but also in this case, they are sometimes unrealistic or unfalsifiable. What I'm showing you is a method that I developed to try to stretch a bit more to the right size and try to study biologically relevant processes. What I have in mind is a smart algorithm which makes use of machine learning and the latest AI approaches in order to speed up the process. How does it work? Starting from an arbitrary protein conformation, I run a bunch of very short molecular dynamics simulation. I measure the conformation, and if the trajectory moved forward towards my target, which might be in a native state, then I continue. I update the new conformation and repeat. Otherwise, I discard the simulation and run it again. How do you measure? The key point of this algorithm is actually how do you measure when it goes forward? In order to explain that, I briefly introduce the concept of reaction coordinate, which is an ideal, let's say, variable, which univocally describes the transition between an unfolded configuration, the transition state, and the final folded one. But in reality, this thing doesn't actually exist because and people normally use what is called collective variables, which are measurable quantities which can describe every configuration of the system. I managed to identify what for me are at least the best collective variables in the context of protein folding, and without going too much into details, I discovered these ones, the dihedral angles deviation from the native state. Native state is the final folded state. The inter-amino acidic contact deviation from the native state, don't worry too much about this. The geometrical difference from the native state, and this one is what I'm going to talk about more in detail, the deviation from the Google's DeepMind AlphaFold tensor. Just keep in mind that collective variables is what can quantify the difference between two conformations of a protein. What is Google's DeepMind AlphaFold? It's the latest AI milestone in the protein folding field developed by Google DeepMind. They took as training set 170,000 protein structures found in the PDB database determined by experiments, usually crystallographic experiment, and they are now able to predict more than 200 million of structures. These are some predictions that this AlphaFold tool is able to make. It has an unprecedented accuracy, is really something incredible. It's basically now able to predict the final conformation of any sequence, amino acidic sequence. How does it work? Very simply, as input, it only needs a text string of an amino acidic sequence. It then performs some sequence alignment in the database in order to find matching structures, predicts the distance and angles between amino acidic pairs, and at the end, as output, it gives a 3D protein structure, as the ones you see here. The tensor I was talking before is called distogram, which is basically a matrix which contains distance bins for every amino acid pair. It basically, in simple words, contains the, let's say, quasi-chemical potential between any amino acid pair of a specific protein. So what I did then, I wanted to identify the optimal collective variable for the protein folding. I took very long folding trajectories obtained by the most powerful supercomputer I was showing you before because they are free available to download. It was about 200 microseconds of dynamics for two small proteins. I calculated the 4 collective variables I was talking about and used some machine learning using my training set made of 400,000 rows and these 4 features. And using some machine learning methods, I identified the optimal collective variable for the protein folding. Now I basically have everything I need for this simple algorithm. I am able to say when is the trajectory moving forward, and the answer is when it is moving towards along the optimal collective variable. Note that the trajectories are completely unbiased, so are pretty realistic because I'm only running a lot of unbiased short molecular dynamics simulations. And I obtained the folding trajectories of 4 small proteins. Importantly, my simulation time was about 1 day per trajectory on a standard laptop, while an Anton supercomputer will need weeks to obtain a single trajectory. I will shortly show you some results. This is for a small protein domain called FIB35 of 35 amino acids, 562 atoms. Out of 16 trajectories, I've obtained 1 complete folded structure It's not that the others didn't fold at all, but sometimes got stuck in local energy wells. This is some structures along the folding pathway. This is for another, even smaller protein of only 16 amino acids. Out of 3 trajectories, I obtained 1 folding. As you can see here, starting from the disorder state, you get some long-lived intermediate state before you reach the final beta sheet conformation. This is for another protein called tripcage, which is more of an alpha helical protein. Out of 12 trajectories, I obtained 4 folding events. And it's interesting because you get a full atomistic conformation. You can take them out, do docking studies, study the potential between different atoms and everything. And this is for the 4th result I got. Out of 16 trajectories, I obtained 4 almost folded because I could never manage to fold this last alpha helix. This is also interesting because you can see where are the high energy barriers in these folding trajectories. So let's keep. This method has very interesting applications. In my opinion, you can use it to study conformational transitions and how they happen if you introduce a point mutation in a system. For example, you have initial conformation of a protein, you mutate a residue, and you see if an energy barrier is introduced or what happens to the transitions. You can use it to identify the intermittent conformation along a folding pathway starting from the disorder state. You can identify the long-lived intermediate state and try to, for example, isolate them, do docking studies, enhance the pharmacological targeting of these structures, and see if you can sort of intervene in the folding pathway. Or study the misfolding of maybe pathological proteins such as prions, amyloids, or other proteins which are involved in neurodegenerative diseases, because these proteins sometimes are able to spontaneously misfold, and if you have information about how it happens, you can develop, also in this case, pharmacological strategies. And this was all from my part. I want to thank my supervisors over the course of my years, Professor Diego Calvanese of the University of Bolzano, a collaborator from the University of Trento, Emiliano Basini, and my master's supervisor, Professor Pietro Faccioli from University of Milan.
So thank you, Alan, and not Alex. As you know, we have this 5 minutes break plus some spare time, so we can have, I'll see you here in quite a while, 7 minutes or so. hai anche il countdown lì. Right, so we are ready to listen to the second talk given by Professor Giuseppe Di Fatta of Free University of Bolzano on data-driven knowledge discovery from brain images of Alzheimer's disease patients.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to talk about the use of machine learning algorithms to make predictions of Alzheimer's disease in patients, in subjects. And I will briefly remind you of the of Alzheimer's disease, what the disease is, what the state of the art in this in the analysis of this syndrome is. But then I will talk about the data-driven approach we use. As a computer scientist, I use an agnostic approach, semantically agnostic. I don't look at the literature of medical literature. I look at the problem as a data problem. But at the same time, after many years spent in trying to achieve better accuracy in the predictions, we realized that the semantic aspect is very important. We want to offer experts, medical experts, specialists, some kind of explainability, explanation of why the algorithms may suggest one way or the other the presence or not of the disease. So let me very briefly summarize. After Alzheimer's disease was discovered in the first years of the 19th century, and until now, the real causes of the disease are unknown. There is no cure, and so it's a terminal disease, and may affect people not necessarily that old in their age, but typically the most frequent range of age is in the 60s. But there are cases as early as the 30s. So the Alzheimer's disease is one form of dementia. It's not the only one, but it's roughly 70–80% of dementia cases is due to Alzheimer's disease. So that's why it's so important. And it's estimated at the moment by the United Nations. I've checked the data this morning. The United Nations is estimating currently there are 55 million people affected by the disease in the world. And the trend is this is increasing. So by 2050, we expect 100–150 million people affected by the disease. This will be one of the major health crises in a few decades because of the cost to the health system, but also because of the social cost. This disease is very unpleasant because it removes some cognitive abilities. So the quality of life is reduced significantly, not only for the person, the patient, but also for the people living with the patient. So this is a picture now showing you the effect. In simple terms, the disease is simply killing our neural cells. So over a long period of time, under this condition, this pathology, you will have the situation on the right side where you can clearly tell that there is a reduction in the mass of the cortex. So, and the problem is we wish to make a prediction much earlier than this takes place. So the initial effect of the disease may be minimal and cannot be clearly seen with our eyes. So we need the help of machine learning in order to anticipate the diagnosis, to help medical experts to anticipate the diagnosis. So what we have done, we have built a data workflow. We start from gathering a large amount of images of the human brain from healthy subjects and Alzheimer's disease patients. And these data are collected. At the moment, we have over than 3,000 subjects with multiple scans of their brain. We didn't do the scans ourselves because we are computer scientists, but we are using public data sets available in the community. And after we collect the images, we have to process this huge amount of data. Consider that a single image is in the order of 30–40 megabytes, and pre-processing the images in order to extract numerical measures of different regions of the brain. It takes, on average, 8 hours. So for so many images, you can imagine how long it may take with an average workstation. So it's a data parallel problem, so we can run this in parallel, but still it's a significant computational effort to extract the information. Once we have extracted the data, the numerical data, then we can proceed with the application of machine learning, different machine learning algorithms. So there are several steps in a typical data science workflow. Some, I'm not going to talk about all of them, but I want to summarize them here, and then I will focus on only one of them. So we have to perform outlier detection, because often outliers distract the algorithm to find the correct pattern. Feature selection is very important, because we are talking about a very large image of the brain with lots of details. And at the end, after the pre-processing, we have over 430 features, numerical features. That's a very large number of features. And we need to perform a little bit of cleaning and selection of the features. And then finally, we can reach the stage where we choose the machine learning algorithm for a particular task. We can go and we can have a classification algorithm if we want to classify directly the presence or not of the disease with a binary classification. It could be a multi-class classification, because there are other forms of dementia. We are studying also, for example, there are Levy's body dementia. There are 5 different types of dementia, and there is also Parkinson, which is another form of neurodegenerative disease, which very often is studied together with these pathologies. But we decided at some point, to improve the explainability of the method, and we thought that these most popular approaches are called black boxes. So they have a very good accuracy in the performance, in the prediction, but they don't provide any explanation why the algorithm decides that a particular image may be revealing the presence or not of the disease. And so we wanted to simplify the model as much as possible without sacrificing the accuracy of the model. So we decided to use only linear models and to combine them together in order to reach high accuracy and explainability. We did that with the regression. And in particular, before I go to the details of what we did, I want to mention an open source software we use to build the data workflow. NIME is a machine learning data science platform. It's free, it's open source, and can be used to integrate different languages like Python, R, but also to have a visual interface to build data workflows. And we use this heavily in the analysis of the data. So I mentioned the different classification approaches we have used over the years. We tried the different techniques, and some worked better than others, but in the end, we wanted to focus on the regression task. One of the interesting things about the study is that how can you explain in simple terms what's happening to the brain when it's affected by the pathology? Well, in simple terms, simply the aging of the brain accelerates. So you are aging at 1 year per year, but the brain is aging faster. So the idea is that we call it the apparent brain age. Other people have called it the brain age, and with an acronym there. But the point is, if we can estimate if my brain is getting older than me, then it means something is wrong. Something is accelerating this natural aging phenomenon. So we follow this idea, and we tried to predict the age of the brain under the condition that the disease is present or not. So we first build the model of the age of the brain from healthy patients. And then we apply the same model to patients affected by the disease. And now this creates a discriminative power. So the model, when it's applied, it's trained on healthy people, and then it's applied to people with the disease, will overestimate the age of the people affected by the disease. And the difference is predictive. So we didn't know if this simple idea could be accurate enough, but to our surprise, we did a lot of testing, and please keep in mind that this way we have a very strong interpretability, because we can explain why the person may be affected a little or a lot by the disease. Depends on the gap in the age. So, and furthermore, because we, as I mentioned, we use a constraint to use only linear models combined together, in the end, the data workflow is just one linear model, and we can determine feature scores, which is the weight of each feature in the final decision. And so for that, we can rank the different regions of the brain and tell exactly which region of the brain is determining the age gap. So this is a list, sorted list of brain regions which turned out to be responsible for increasing the age of the brain with respect to the age of the subject. And to our surprise, not really a surprise, but if it works, it's consistent with the literature in specialized literature in medical journals. So these are the features that have been studied, regions of the brain which have been studied as affected mostly by the disease. And please remember that we didn't look at that literature. So we actually, this is a domain agnostic approach. We crunch numbers, and that's the result. This table shows the different regions as they are affected in patients, females and male patients, in the left and right hemisphere. And so the percentage is the number of times in different subject and test we found the particular region of the brain being responsible for the age gap. Then, once we have the age, we can build this linear model. In machine learning, this is a regression, a logistic regression model. In particular, we use the lasso implementation of the approach. And in this case, what we have is a simple prediction. Using the age and the predicted age of the brain, we can draw these, you see these some lines which divide, it's a border between the healthy subject and the subject affected by the disease in the prediction, but the color, red and blue, is the true class label. So as you can see, most of the people affected by the disease have an estimated age on the vertical axis, which is much higher than the real age. If nothing is happening, you are estimated that your brain has exactly your same age, you should be on the diagonal of 45 degrees. But if your estimated age of the brain is higher, means your brain is aging faster than you. So now you see again, these tools allow not only to make a very good prediction, but also to interpret the prediction with some explanation. And finally, because this comparison, systematic comparison of the state of the art for the prediction using very complex models like support vector machines and our approach. And that's an explanation why our approach is able to reach similar performance, even better performance than a very complex model. But what I want to finish with is another example of the explainability we provide. This is showing the most important regions, parts of the brains, which have determined the age gap, and the red and blue boxes, distributions, are the statistics over the training data. So the score is how important that region is for the prediction. And then we have a test case, the red dot. In this case, it's a true positive. So it's somebody affected by the disease, which has been predicted correctly. And you can see why it was the case, because the scores are much higher than even the group with Alzheimer's disease. And the same we can do for healthy subjects. And so to conclude, I just point out that with a very simple model, combination of simple model, we achieved the state of the art in terms of accuracy. We provide interpretability of the results. And what we're working now is to extend the approach to other neurodegenerative disease to provide specificity, so we can actually tell which kind of pathology it is. Thank you.
Right, so thank you, Giuseppe, and we'll restart in 4 minutes. Right, waiting for the mic. Yes, here it is. So we are ready for the last talk of the day, and we are moving to the management of data, and in particular, the management of large genomic data with free software. So Michele, you can go.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm Michele Finelli from Biodec. This is the title of the talk. What I want to tell you is telling what has happened in these last 20 years with NGS and the problem that this system have because they generate a large amount of data that you have to manage to keep in a meaningful way, and to suggest some project that free software tool, of course, that we have used as a company, and that probably will help you if you have similar use cases. I assume that you know what NGS is, but just to give a quick overview, in the last 20 years, there has been these technologies that have revolutionized the field of biology. This picture is from an Economist special issue, and I think that it really explains it by itself. It is, in a sense, the analog of the Moore law that has changed the field of computation. In 40 years, every 12, 18 months, the number of transistors in a CPU has doubled, and we went from having a CPU in the range of kilohertz to megahertz and then gigahertz. The cost of sequencing a human genome has basically had costs falling by orders and orders of magnitude. As you can see, the scale is logarithmic. So what did cost millions of dollars more than 20 years ago now is in the range of a few hundreds of euro. What this process I'm talking about, it is a set of techniques that basically take a sample, usually it's tissue, it could be blood, okay, for example, and then, according to these techniques, detect the sequence of the DNA, for example, of the tissue. This is a physical process, and so it has errors, and you repeat this process many times in order to have more accuracy. Technically, these are called reads, and what you get is bases, which you can think as letters, and then you have a measure that the coverage of what you get. This table that I took from a paper by Illumina, which is one of the most known companies that build this kind of equipment, shows that depending on what you are sequencing, okay, it could be RNA, it could be a virus, but usually you are interested in human people, and depending on the coverage, you get widely different size of data. You go from few megabytes to many gigabytes. You read bases, but you can think to bytes, translating it in how much that will need on your computational platform. So this has brought a lot of has really revolutionized biology and medicine, but from the point of view of computer science, I come from computer science, I'm not a medic or a biologist, this introduced a lot of problems because, as you have seen in the previous table, you may have a lot of data. For example, you may have one of these machines that produce few hundred of gigabytes every run, and you may have a run every day, and you may have more of this machine in your lab, so you can really produce terabytes of data every few hours. this data must be stored in a meaningful way. It's not just enough keeping the files of this information. You need something more. Moreover, this data is not really important by itself. The real value is in what you get from this data, and this usually happens by the means of running analysis software against it. And this kind of analysis, that usually are called pipelines, take a lot of time. Take a lot of time because they have to analyze a lot of data, and because sometimes the computation is intrinsically complex. Last but not least, the metadata that you generate has to be accessed. And more often than not, these need graphical tools with their own kind of problems. Let's get into some more detail of each of these points. So, you have a lot of data that you generate in every few time, and a part of the usual problem that you have with any large amount of data, because backing up the data, replicating the data for disaster recovery, etc., is a complex problem by itself, even if these data were just pictures or a lot of PDF files, whatever you want. But you need to structure the data, because sometimes you have to accomplish tasks that are not really suited with just a large bunch of files, okay? Then you have the code that take days, okay, even weeks, and sometimes it cannot be compressed more than, it's just not a matter of having a more powerful computer. Perhaps you already have the most powerful computer that you can buy with your budget. It takes a lot of time. And some of these problems intertwine one with each other, because, for example, if you have a lot of data, you may think to put them in a large tape library, but a tape library is very slow. So try to run a computational pipeline against data which is on tape, it will take ages. So you have to balance fast and slow storage, but fast is small and slow is large. So this again is complex. And again, last but not least, a sequence is a very long string of text. And if you have to analyze this kind of information with a graphical interface, well, it has to be a really complex tool, because try to distinguish thousands and thousands of sequencing if each of it is 1 pixel, okay? You need tools that let you to drill down, to look at part of the content, etc., etc. So each of these items has its own kind of problem. And by the way, don't forget that if we are talking about genetic and genomic data of a human being, at least in Europe, you are subject, more often than not, to the GDPR regulations. So you have another layer of complexities related to who is in fact allowed to access this kind of data, run the pipelines, etc., etc. I will show you these two free software projects. They contain tools that we have been using in biotech in the last years for some customers of ours, and perhaps you will find them useful. That's the objective of my talk. Let's start with the first, the OpenCB project. OpenCB stands for Open Computational Biology. That's URL. And that's taken from their webpage. It's a project that aims to create tools to efficiently manage large genomics databases. It's a project that's not widely known. I think that's because their software stack is really complex. It has a lot of stuff in it, and as time goes by, it's getting even more complex. So this introduced quite a steep learning curve, and I think that's one of the reasons that it's not so used as it should be. The main component of the OpenCB project are these three tools, OpenCGA, IVA, and Cell-Base. OpenCGA is the core of the system, that the storage engine. It has a strong emphasis on privacy issues, as I mentioned before, on performances, on scalability, because it has been developed within projects that aimed to manage hundreds of thousands genomes, okay? So it is quite a big beast. The older version uses the MongoDB database. The newest one needs an Hadoop HBase cluster, so it's quite complex by itself. IVA, that means Interactive Variant Analyzer, is the user interface, is a pretty nice, very powerful web interface with a lot of JavaScript that let you browse the data that you put into OpenCGA. And Cell-Base is a tool, it's a REST API in front of an integration database. As I mentioned before, the value of the data is in the annotation that you put on it. There are a lot of public databases with many kinds of information coming from oncology, whatever. This tool has a set of programs that allow you to integrate all of these different public data sources into one single place. And when you put your data into OpenCGA, it gets annotated with the right stuff that then you will be able to browse with IVA. The other project, Galaxy, is simpler. And this again is from their web page, is an open source platform for fair data analysis. The emphasis here is not in the management of the data, but in the execution of the pipeline. So this is a system that allows you to use various tools to run them in a graphical way. It is, in a sense, a web application that does what the NIME tool that the previous speaker showed you does as a client application. It has an emphasis on privacy, sharing data, ensure reproducibility, etc. This project has a wider user base and a larger community too. So, and it's also is quite simpler as a software stack because it's just a Django, so a Python application with a Postgres database. It has a lot of integration, so it can easily get into your computation infrastructure with a lot of options. Summing up, that's what I want you to bring home. If you just remember one slide from my talk. For each of the three kind of problems, issue that I identified, the storage is addressed by tools like OpenCGA and in part Cell-Base. And you should think to them as an improvement to just having a large bunch of files and some custom integration, then more often than not does not scale or is really useful in the long run. Even I mentioned Excel files because we have seen these kind of things too. The issue of running stuff, of managing the pipelines is addressed by Galaxy, and you should think to it as an improvement to just logging in and using the shell, the CLI, and this kind of stuff. And last but not least, both IVA and Galaxy are an improvement to a lot of very different specific application. So that's all. A few seconds. We have quite a good experience in managing this kind of project for customer. That's all. These are my contacts. If you want to discuss or you have some needs like that, please feel free to contact me. I will be more than happy to talk about that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Michele, and there will be also some extra time to talk to you in the discussion round in 5 minutes. Vado io? Right. So we are ready for the last 15 minutes of the day and the round of talk for the round of questions for the second slot of 3 talks. So there is already a question. We are lucky. Yes, the mics for you.
So I have 2 questions actually. Okay, I remember the first one. I remember the second one. So the first question is to Ellen. So as far as I understood, you are using machine learning as a kind of a heuristic oracle to beat Anton in speed, but you are losing some kind of completeness, like you are losing some of the solutions. Like you are trading some completeness for speed. Is that correct?
Well, I'm using machine learning to identify the optimal collective variable as because for the algorithm that I'm using, I'm not, let's say, I'm using standard molecular dynamics, so solving Newton's equations over time. I'm not modifying that at all. I'm just running short molecular dynamics simulations, then I stop it, and then on the final configuration of after this short run, I measure this collective variable, which was identifying using machine learning, but this does not affect at all the dynamics of the protein itself.
I see. Okay. So, okay, I misunderstood. I was thinking that because I was thinking maybe there's a way, because as far as I understood, you lose some of the completeness, like you lose some of the solutions that Anton is able to find.
Yeah, actually, yes. I downloaded some trajectories from Anton, which provides them for free for researchers. And I use them in order, because they are very, very long. It's something that you cannot do normally with any other computer. So I use them as a, let's say, benchmark to calculate these variables on. And 2 of the 4 small proteins that I have folded were actually in the training set of Anton. But anyway, it's still a prediction because I'm not modifying in any way the molecular dynamics engine.
All right, I see. Okay, great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice. I have one more question. Can I ask it?
Well, okay, yeah. Go on if it is short.
So it's a question to Giuseppe. I'm not sure if it's short, but the question is, like all these machine learning models that you use, are you providing an explanation in terms of correlation? Because like that's those statistic models capture the correlation. But if you want to look for causation, maybe like some models like Bayesian networks or something like that would be more appropriate. Did you consider doing that, or?
So they don't provide an explanation in the sense the correlation, you could compute the correlation between one or all the features, 400 plus features, and the output, the target variable. Although this is it's not what the models are doing. So you can compute the correlation to analyze the impact of each features on the output variable. But the sub-vector machines, for example, they don't provide you this kind of interpretability. Or deep neural networks, they don't provide. So in the effect of the prediction they provide is a combined effect of many features. So the correlation you can compute is correlation one-to-one, from one input feature to one output feature. I don't know if that answers your first question.
Yeah, I was more focusing about the last plot that you have shown, where you presented it like an explanation for.
Yes. That is like because we use a linear model, and we can analytically compute the impact of each individual features on the final prediction.
Okay, so
but only in our model, because the other model you can't do that.
I see. Okay. Oh, I remember that you were showing it like more like a getting over the explainability obstacle.
Yeah. For the other methods, there are nowadays techniques which are additional methods, not part of the standard machine learning classifiers like sub-vector machines, but you can apply to deep neural network, to the output, you can apply a posteriori analysis of the impact of the input features. Shapley method, SHAP is one of the popular methods used to that. But they are independent from the algorithm. So whatever machine learning algorithm you have, you could then build, even we are doing this kind of sensitivity analysis to see which input is actually determining mostly the output for that algorithm. But that's an a posteriori analysis, which is an additional complexity, if you like. We are studying that.
So I was asking the Bayesian networks, like that's
Bayesian, Bayesian classifiers are, yes, you can use them, but I'm not sure if you can build a Bayesian network with all the features and what performance will give you. One of the critical problems in this application is the large number of features. Most of them are irrelevant. And so using so many features in some models may not help the model to give you a good accuracy. Subprofessional machines have an internal feature selection technique, which is not shown to us, so it's embedded. It's an embedded feature selection method. And so there are methods which can cope with the high number of inputs, but that doesn't mean that they will give you an explanation.
Other questions from the audience? Well, I have a question for you, Michele, and it concerns the annotations of the proteins. So I was curious to know whether these systems, the two systems that you used, which I don't really know them.
Cell-based, you mean?
Yeah,
you want to mention?
the Galaxy and and the other ones, they enable you to also define your metadata schema notation.
Yeah.
And what kind of freedom they give you with respect to these.
Okay, cell-based allows you to do that, and I will probably be more precise in a few months this is exactly what one of our customers want to do.
Okay.
So we will
because this is a feature that one would want from this kind of systems.
Exactly, and that one we know best. With the other tool, it really depends on what you are trying to achieve, because as you know, there are hundreds of many different databases, places, web services, etc. So at the end, it amounts to what will happen to the annotation. If it is something that's just used for, let's say, the pipeline, the computation, at the end of the day, that's forgotten. That's in the result, but it's not kept anywhere. The only system, well, there are some other projects in the bioinfo world to do this kind of integration of different external data set. The issue is, as you may imagine, apart the fact of extending it with your own annotation to keep it updated when the new source changes and perhaps add something, and then a problem of replicability, because what you do, you run the analysis again with the new annotation. How do you show that 3 years ago you got a certain result when your annotation database now is the new one and not the old one? That's where the complexity really is, and there's not one standard solution at all for this.
No, yeah, indeed. This is very complicated.
Yeah.
Thank you. Questions in the meantime? Because otherwise, I mean, I don't know. These three talks made me think of several things. I probably missed something, Alan. But you also mentioned kind of exceptional unfolding. I mean, these kind of things that happen when you have at the end. Yeah, I mean, these unfoldings that are kind of variations with respect to what happens at the end. And I assume these things are very rare, right?
Well, there are actually a lot of pathologies where...
yeah, indeed. And usually these things happen less frequently, let's say, than the others. So with machine learning kind of techniques, are you able to capture also these, let's say variants related to diseases, which are always less frequent than, or often less frequent than healthy people? And so what's the drawback, the possible drawback, or if it doesn't exist better, with respect to this?
Well, I hope my method could do that, because it's a huge field of research that people try to simulate the misfolding pathway of pathogenic proteins, because you don't have a target, right? Because these,
indeed,
in this state, it's hard to crystallize them, so you don't find a specific conformation of such proteins. So you could try to like invert the algorithm. Instead of when it tries to go forward, you make it go backward. For that, you don't necessarily need a target, for example. But I would be too optimistic if to say yes, my method is going to find it, because it's really hard. A lot of researchers are trying to do that, but I mean it's something that is worth trying anyway, because the results are promising. I mean, in a very short time, I managed to do stuff that was not possible before in a standard, I mean, with limited computational resources, and let's see.
Okay, good. So, time for some few questions or comments. Yeah, but can I, my last one, and then a short answer. Did you try also explainability with doctors, or?
With?
Doctors?
Doctors, no. No, we haven't shown this method to because we are still working on it.
Okay.
But one final step will be to have to demonstrate the method to domain experts and see what their reaction is, if they would love to use it. If,
no, but with respect to explainability. So explainability now is...
We didn't need to show to the doctors because we have their publications. So for each features we found, we searched the database of all medical publications. We found them. So we have the references in them.
So I was wondering, so a simpler problem could be for Alan, like could be a drug target identification, because it does not look at the complete protein structure, but it's just a partial match. If your protein gives you, if the structure gives you a partial match to the drug, that would and that's a big thing in pharma as well. So if you can solve that problem, I mean it's a sub problem of the last problem that you were discussing.
Yeah, this is what you say is actually what a lot of companies actually are trying to do. They try to simulate various conformation of a protein, then they find like an interesting one which, I don't know, has a pocket which has a larger surface solvent accessible area, so they try to dock a ligand in that position in order to block the protein. This is what is normally done. I think I could try my method to identify some of these conformations or long-lived states that could be like targeted with these small molecules.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's now time to close the event. Well, the final words to Floriano, but from my side, thanks to all the speakers, to the people who stayed until the end, and to Gianluigi for the wonderful invited talk. And to you, the official closing.
Thank you. No, just thank you to you all from my side, and also to the people who attended online. And yeah, this is the end of the 4th edition of Data4SmartHealth. We will hope to have the 5th edition next year. And thank you very much again, and enjoy your evening. Bye-bye.